cannot hinder me. Ride on, King Jesus. No man cannot hinder me. Ride on, King Jesus. Ride on. No man cannot hinder me. No man cannot hinder me. In that great getting up morning, fare ye well, fare ye well. In that great getting up morning, fare ye well, fare ye well. In that great getting up morning, fare ye well, fare ye well. In that great getting up morning, fare ye well, fare ye well. No man cannot hinder me. 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 Ride on, King Jesus. Ride on, King Jesus. No man cannot hinder me. Ride on, King Jesus. Ride on. No man cannot hinder me. No man cannot hinder me. Ride on, King Jesus. No man cannot hinder me. Ride on, King Jesus. Ride on. No man cannot hinder me. No man cannot hinder me. In that great getting up morning, fare ye well, fare ye well. In that great getting up morning, fare ye well, fare ye well. In that great getting up morning, fare ye well, fare ye well. In that great getting up morning, fare ye well, fare ye well. No man cannot hinder me. 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 Ride on, King Jesus. Ride on, King Jesus. No man cannot hinder me. Ride on, King Jesus. Ride on. No man cannot hinder me. No man cannot hinder me. Ride on, King Jesus. No man cannot hinder me. Ride on, King Jesus. Ride on. No man cannot hinder me. No man cannot hinder me. In that great getting up morning, fare ye well, fare ye well. In that great getting up morning, fare ye well. cannot hinder me. No man cannot hinder me. No man cannot hinder me. Ride on, King Jesus. Ride on, King Jesus.
Good afternoon, good morning, good evening, wherever you may be around the world, or when you are viewing this live stream. Let me just do one thing.
Cannot hinder me. No man cannot
Turn down that
hinder
background
me.
noise. Here on the East Coast, we
King
are
Jesus.
still in the grips of some cold weather, so I keep an additional heater down here just to keep me comfortable, but it does make a lot of noise. How is everyone doing? Thank you to those who have made me aware from the chat that where you're from and who you are. Certainly thank you for watching right now around the world. Houston, Texas, listening from Africa, and let's see, make sure I don't leave anybody out. And I was always taught that you never get a second chance to make a first impression, so I always want to make sure that I am very cordial to those who come in. That music's still playing.
Getting up morning, fare you well, fare you well.
That music is supposed to stop. Let's change the page. All right. Good thing that I do listen on my iPad and make sure that I can hear the stream. That is a AI selection which I just completed 2 days ago. Again, we're going to talk about music and technology as well. Welcome, Dr. Sheila. As well as viewer requests that are on the docket. Okay, we're just listening to the replay on my iPad instead of waiting for the music to stop. So yes, we're going to be here, and we're going to enjoy your, of course, conversation, breaking down songs for viewers who do support this channel with their viewership. Talk a lot about music and technology as I am immersing myself more and more every day into the area where I'm the most comfortable, but I also keep track of other, if you want to call it AI music creators, content creators, who talk about from their avenue what's happening in the real time in the actual music industry, and how producers are kind of pushing back on how much music is now being accepted as original creation. Welcome, Tri-Stone Network. I'm on the fence because my background is as a former IBM technician. So I saw the first R&D side of what's happening right now back in the 80s. And I was excited that I would be able to, once my pocketbook got up, to actually participate in this. It wasn't called AI back then, but it was basically electronic computer technology allowing you to create from an actual keyboard and then do everything to sound like any instrument you want to sound like a drummer, horn player, organ player, piano player, create the sheet music, put lyric text. I saw that in 1980 at an IBM demonstration this is before the personal computers became a household word. I saw it. And they would often tell us there's technology on the shelves which they can't release yet because it may upset the industries where they're actually being pointed towards. So for those that may be thinking that this is something brand new out of science fiction, no, there are things that they're just releasing a little bit at a time because they don't want to scare everybody. But if you've been keeping up as I do, they've gotten to the point now where you could send one site your picture, and it will create an actual talking video mimicking you speaking, talking, looking, eyes blinking, people in the background, and you wouldn't be able to know if it's real or not. Now, I'm sure some of you, if you keep up on YouTube, you've seen that. So we're not doing that. We're doing the music end. We want to be able to create good music on at almost not at the drop of a hat, but in real time. That's a good way to put it. So that we can support song creators who don't have the ability to either sing or to play or to produce their own project. So again, thank you for spending some time with me. I talk a little bit because I want to make sure that I give everybody who's getting the actual the actual notifications an opportunity to come in before we get into what we're doing. So let me change my scene to show you what's coming up. These are the requests that are on the docket, and as you can see, they're as old as 9 days old because they came in. I used to get 5 requests per day, and I would try to not let it get too high than 8 or 9 so I can get them done within a week's time. But your requests have been slowing down, and I think that's a good thing on one part, because perhaps the message is getting out. You can learn, follow my precepts, the what I instructed and how to break down a song, and then you don't have to ask as much. But as you can see, we've got, and I'll start from the bottom down because that's the oldest. Wonderful is Your Name in D flat, which when I answered this comment, I says I've got one in B flat, learned it in the correct key, and I wasn't going to do it, but I says, but then you never know that D flat might be the best key. So we'll kind of touch on that as the first one. I Need Thee in the key of C in an easier way. Okay, that kind of lets me know that the musician is in the beginner stage and is comfortable in the key of C. I do have an AI. Let me just pull it up. I do have an AI vocal. Okay, let me change this scene. Let me go back to here. I popped off that page. I do have an AI vocal of I Need Thee, which we'll use to break that down. Let me just see if I can look into my bag of let's see, I Need Thee. There it is. I have to see what key that I put it in. I just did the verse. Let me just listen to it and see what key that I put it in.
I need.
Sounds like F. I don't think you heard that. Okay, E flat. So it's in E flat. It means I've got to go down. Let me just get set up for this one. Let's go down 4. Down keys, 4 keys. Let's see if I get this right now.
I need thee.
Okay, went down too far. Let's go back up.
I need.
There we go. We got it right. Okay. So let's go back to technology is a wonderful thing. Go back to this page. And what was this also on the agenda? Oh, welcome, David Light. Thanks for coming in. Keep Your Loving Arms Around Me by Milton Brunson. Now, I don't know all the Milton Brunson songs, but that was from my era. So we're going to pull that one up and we're going to listen to it and then we'll do the breakdown. And then also 17 hours ago, the hymn, we have this hope that. Okay, I'm sure there's more to that, but again, I use YouTube as my means to find these songs that I've never had to play before. Let me turn down my iPad just a little bit so I can monitor that's being heard. I'd like to welcome those who are watching the simulcast on my Facebook page. As always, you're welcome to come to the YouTube channel. Just click on it and it'll bring you here. And you can also have conversation or put in your requests because I do take live requests from the chat when I do have these podcasts. I want everybody to feel welcome and have an opportunity to not necessarily test me, but test my my approach to learning gospel songs. Because if you can learn gospel songs, you can learn R&B songs, you could learn country songs, you can learn anything except for classical. That's one thing which I will not have. I don't have the proper instruction to be able to break down a natural classical song. But if I can hear where the song is going, chances are I can work it out. Just take a little bit of time. So back to the list. We're going to open with Wonderful Is Your Name. And let's bring us up to change our point of view. Now, again, I know the song in B flat. So D flat, I'm going to have to, on the fly, I'm going to change something here. I'm going to change Chordy app to D flat. On the fly, remap the chords. So generally what I like to do is to play a scale because that helps me to get my ears attuned. Let's make sure that that's going through and I'm being heard. Scales always help me figure out the template of how a song is constructed. Then, of course, I have to be able to retain the actual melody of that song. So already I'm hearing, again, it's higher than where it should be, but this may be where the skill set of the requester is. So you want to hear the melody. Normally it's in B flat. So you're going to hold these chords. The 1, 4, 3, 6, 2, 5, flat 7, 1, and your turn chord. Of course, now the melody is up here. There it is. Down the scale. He woke me up this morning. 7, 3, 1, 3. Started me on my way. 2, put food. 5, on my table. 3, put 4, joy in my. Now here's where it gets tricky. So it's going to go to E major. So this is where I got again, I've got to think out the chords. So again, when you learn a song in one key, you want to be able to hear that same song. You make sure I don't have my comments hidden in case a question comes up. So let's move this over here. Okay, we're good. So there's that changeover. Now what I'm doing is I'm going through my head of chords that would sound like the ones I'm doing there. Let me see. 2-5-1. When I say 2-5-1, that is the jazz progression patterns that a lot of these gospel songs are built on when they use passing tones. So if I'm in D flat and I want to get down to E major, 2-5. That's what I want to get to. Okay, so getting there. So I'm breaking the chords down to get a more comfortable way for the requester to at least get a sense of where those chords are going in the different key. So see, all of my life I've never known you to change. You remain the same. Sharp to 2, 3, 6, 4. That's the right key. 6, 2. Then the walk down, E flat to get to the 5. You woke me up this morning. Passing tone to get to the 4. Started me on my way to the 2 to get to the 5. Put food on my table. Passing tone to get to the 4. brought joy to my. And here's the change. C sharp, F sharp, to the 3, 6. There we go. 2 to the 1. Pentatonic scale. Then all of my what is it? 3, 5, 3, 6, 2, 5, 1, 6, 5, 1, 4, 6, 2, 5, 1, 6 to the 5, 1, 4, 6, 5, 2, 5, 1. Make it easier. 4, 6, 2, 5, 1. What am I missing? 2, he woke me up this to 5 morning. 3, started me on my 7, 2, 5, 3. Now here. Six. I'm trying to make this easier. There it is. Now this is the chord I would normally use. Again, gospel music has a way of just borrowing chords from everywhere. Wonderful is your, and I believe that's the song we're doing. Wonderful is your name. Yes, wonderful is your name. Want to make sure. All right, so that covers that song. Let's see, what was number 2 on the list? Oh, I need thee, oh, in the key of C, and for that we're using our AI singers. Let's go to Chordy app and change it to C. Okay, now these type of songs, especially in the church setting, they're really based upon the emotional moment of the singer and of the atmosphere in which you find yourself in. If someone is going to sing in the key of C, they better be a good soprano because of where the notes could possibly take them. But again, that's why you practice the scales so that you could hear not just middle C, but all the notes that are below middle C. This way you have a palette of chords to pick from. And it's good to develop melody recognition so that when you're practicing songs like this one, you don't have to have someone singing the song. Because, again, in those emotional moments, people will sing it a little differently. So I didn't put on the AI singer, which I created this on the opening verse, because nobody sings the opening verse. That's the I need thee part. So that's where your whole melody range is going to be here. Again, key of C gives you, especially this type of a song, it's built on an actual hymn structure. So you're looking to keep the chords pure. The number system 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and octave 8, I call it, or 1 once again, gives you the template. The 1, 4, 5. We'll go to 2, 5, 1. Play the 1 with a flat 7 to take us to the passing tone to the 4. Now you can go to the 6. Put a flat on the 4. Okay, we'll do that one. This is for the viewer who requested this. Back to the 1, to the 5, and to your 1. So let's pull up our AI singer, and let's apply those basic chords. And let me put a loop on here so that I don't have to turn and restart it again. There it is, tilt the loop. Because all you really want to do, is, in a practice sense, is to establish where your home chords are. This is your home chords. And you pick the home chords depending upon, I'll say, what room you want to be in. If this is room 1, it's room 4, room 5, room 6, room 2, room 3, room 7, which is a really good room to be in, because room 7 can also have room 5 in it, room 4 in it. What else can you have? Well, you can have room 1 if you do this. Let me see. That kind of clashes. All right, just the basic ones. But what you want to be able to do is to establish, hey, 28, welcome, our viewer from Austria. What you want to be able to do is to establish where you are most comfortable with your chords before you begin to build on those chords. So let's pull our singer in and use our bass chords first. Pull that back a little bit. To the top. And make sure it's playing.
I need thee. Oh,
4, 1 to the 5.
I need thee.
Stay in the 5.
Every hour I need thee.
It's 7.
Oh, bless me now, my Savior.
5, 6. 2.
I come
5. Stay in the 5.
thee.
5.
I
1.
need
7.
thee.
Now you can stay in the 1 with the 4 chord.
I need thee.
Wow, too, just the volume. much better.
Oh, bless.
We're going to give you these chords also.
Me now, my Savior.
Just adjust the volume.
I come to
Okay.
thee.
All right, so back to the beginning. It's not so loud. 5.
I need thee.
4.
Oh, I need thee.
5. Stay in the 5. 4.
Every hour.
1. 5.
Need thee.
1. Put the flat 7 on there. B flat. 4.
Bless me now, my Savior.
Excuse me. 6. Flat 2.
I
5.
come to thee.
Now it's going to jump in 5 real quick. Now walk up. 4. 3. 2. 5. Again, 2 to the 5. 6. Sharp down. Flat down to the 5. 7th.
Oh, bless me now, my Savior.
The 6th.
I
2.
come
5.
to
Round off there.
thee.
Now, we've been following the melody. Let's go a little bit outside of the melody. 5.
I need thee. Oh, I need thee.
Now, we're getting a little classical.
The
6. 2. 5. Little jazz. Walk down to take us to the 4. Diminish up. 5. 3. 6. 2. 5. Diminished. 5 with a 7. Right 2, sharp 2, 3, 4, sharp 4 to the 5. Sharp the 5 to go to the 6. 2, 5. A fuller jazz. So what happens there is now you begin to feel for where the service is going. Micah, welcome. Sorry I missed you. I'm just checking you out now. Look at the comments. What you want to do musically is feel where your singer is going. Now, again, this is an AI rendition, and I made this a while ago, so I didn't put in the inflections you would normally hear in a live service. But musically, you can hear where, because I'm adding passing tones, I'm adding diminished chords, I'm adding a minor 6, that the voice is now sounding a little different because of the music being placed around it. Now, bass chords are great to get you in and out of one service. Have you done God? Have you done That Has Smiled on Me? And what key is it in? Welcome, T Drums. Have I done that has that smiled on me? Is that on the list? No, I don't think it was you that asked for that song. Hold on. Let me. Okay, no, that's not on the list. Oh, so no, we'll look at that song. But is that God has smiled on me? No, you had. Oh, God has. Yeah, I'm looking at it. That smiled on me. I think that's on one of my. I think I did. God has smiled on me on my one of my AI vocals. I'll look at that as I finish this one up for the viewer who requested this song in the key of C, and I believe they wanted it easily. Let me just look at the request. Yes, in an easier way. There's always an easy way to just play your bass chords on a melody, and that gets you out of one service. What you want to be is prepared for the next service that song may come up again, and that's why you work on adding additional chords, additional movements. When I said the jazz movement, that is a jazz minor scale. There it is. Which gospel music, traditional gospel music, borrowed in a lot of their songs to give you that go from the one to get to the four. It's just a way of giving a emphasis or I guess what's the word they want to use? I always try to find the correct word. An anticipation of going from the one to the four, from the C to the F. It could just be with a seventh. That sounds palatable. You a lot of songs have that particular movement, but to throw in that, now all of a sudden there's a heightened tension. That diminished chord brings it down. Classical walk up. A 2-5-1 in E flat. We'll resolve it to the back down to the C. Again, using all the notes. And these are the smallwood chords. You'd be surprised where all these chords are that you've been playing in the other songs are usable in this song. So one more. Again, I always like to make sure I cover every gambit of viewer watching when I do a breakdown of a song, because sometimes I have intermediate and advanced musicians watching who may like some of the other movement that I do that they don't practice. And again, I'll always do this running. That's just a broken chord. That's just this chord. But rolling across the keys. I've been working on getting that, how people can switch and move their hands across. I've gotten used to doing this, but that is a way of throwing a little bit of icing on what you're doing musically. So let's go back to our vocal and give you one more demonstration. Here we go. Key of C.
I need thee, oh, I need thee every hour. I need thee, oh bless
8.
I need
Now you can roll
thee,
minor,
I need thee.
a 7 to get you to the 5.
Very hour I need thee. Oh, bless
Your preacher chords.
me now, my Savior.
2,
I
5, back to the 2,
come
to go back to the 5. And then let it finish all the way out. And these are what they call cadences, or what they call the worship chords. All right. As I say, I always pay attention to the chat when a request comes from the chat. God has smiled on me. Did I do that one? Let me just, let's change the scene. As you can tell, I am a connoisseur of music. I really enjoy listening to it and actually adding my musical 2 cents to it. I'm trying to think, did I do God Has Smiled on Me? I've got probably 50 songs in my AI queue. And why doesn't that open up? For some strange reason, it doesn't want to open up my files to let me see what I got in there. Okay, let's do this. Let's shut it down. Okay, program is now frozen. So let's do this. Oh boy. Force quit. Okay. Did I do God Has Smiled on Me? No, it's not. I did God is an awesome God, and I did God is the joy and the strength of my life. Didn't do God Has Smiled on Me. What voices would I put with that? Oh, let's do it now. We'll do it live, as they say. God has smiled on me. D flat. Okay, we'll put it in D flat. We're going to create an AI song right now. This is about music and technology, and I did want to cover why technology is something not to be feared, but to be embraced. So let's see if we can bring you up on the screen. Should be able to do that if I click this. There we go. And there's our AI synthesizer V Studio Pro. We're going to create God Has Smiled on Me. It's a slow song, so let's change the tempo to 60 beats per minute. That's important. That helps you to lock in. Let me adjust where the sound is going. Let's get this out of the way. Okay, sound is coming there, and the MIDI keyboard is the Yamaha. Trying to figure, welcome Justin, just trying to figure which voice I want to use. I want to use a male voice. We'll go with B flat. Get a nice strong male voice in there. All right, so we're going to create God Has Smiled on Me, a reference track for the request from our chat. Let's get it in there. And 2, 3, and all right, I put a little bit of emphasis on the second verse. All right, so let's lock this to the grid. And then let's move all of this, because I started a little late. I like to always start at 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, and. So we're going to slide all this over to first beat. And let's move this over a little bit like this. God has smiled on me. He has set me free. Now what I do is I'm now going to program it so that the lyrics have space to breathe. So God has smiled on me will be the first set of lyrics. Gotta know how to type. God has, let's clean that up first. Smiled on me. And we're going to give it to Saros, who is our strongest male tenor. Let's see what he sounds like.
God has smiled on me.
So let's clean up. 1, 2, 3. Let's see if I tie these together so it sounds more human, which makes the playing, you're practicing a lot better when it gives you more feel.
God has
Better.
Smiled on me.
Okay, let's bring you closer there and drag you there, tie you two together so it's pretty much on one breath.
God has
Breathe.
Smiled on me.
I want the on to be a little bit more intense, so let's smooth that over.
God has smiled on me.
All right, so let's do this. Move smile over. Give me a breath there.
God has
Rest.
Smiled on me.
Better. Okay, he has set me free. Let's tie this together. He has set me free. Okay, we'll time that. because you don't want it too perfect so it sounds like an actual a robot singing. Who joined us? He has set me free. And you see how quickly I'm able to type this in? Because you got to be a typist.
He has set me free.
All right, so we're going to change set to give it a more pronunciation, separating the lyrics.
He has set.
Shorten that a little bit more.
He has set me free.
So I want to now bring this over here and tie these two together. That may give me a better lyric pronunciation.
He has set me free. He has set.
Okay, let's bring this over a little bit here. This is all programming.
He has set.
He has set. In my head, I'm actually timing it.
He has set me free.
He has set. I want set to be a total word for pronunciation reasons.
He has set.
Okay, so set is got an issue, which means I've got to go in here and put in a breath because he's running out of air. In a sense, the singer's running out of air, so you give him the ability to breathe by drawing in. It's supposed to draw in. There we go. A breath. BR is the programming language to get a breath in there. Let's see what we got.
He has set.
All right, bring this down a little bit. Bring this out.
He has set me.
Okay, not getting a good pronunciation there. This is the programming part of this. Now, for practice, does it really matter?
He
No.
has set.
So that word is not getting a good. I mean, I could go in and start manipulating it, but I want to be able to show the process. I may just redo that entire note. Let's get rid of that. Let's draw in a completely new note there. He has set B flat. Okay, type in the word set.
He has set me. He has set.
All right, so let's bring this over a bit for the timing. He has, bring out a little bit.
He has set me free.
Let's go back and hear the timing.
God has smiled on me.
Dum-dum-dum.
He has set.
He has set. So he's got to come out a little more. He has set. Let's see.
He has.
Take that back a little bit.
He has set.
He has set.
He has set.
A little bit out.
He has set.
Bring that over.
He has set me free.
Okay, bring free over just a bit.
He has set me free.
2, 3, 4.
La.
Okay, let me just test this. Timing sounds to be a little bit off. I generally fix that by playing with it.
God has smiled on me. He has set me free.
Okay, good. Let's drag me and free together so that we can get a continuation there.
Me
2,
free.
3, 4. God has smiled. Drag this out on me. We'll just work with. We won't go into the second part because I don't want to take this out too long. Let's change the tool. Insert lyrics. God has smiled on me. That's what we got.
God has smiled on me.
He's been good to me. Just drag that out to time together. Let's put the lyrics in. He's been good to me. Yes, I spent, I'll say, as an IBM technician, I was a typewriter technician for 9 years. So I learned how to type, repairing typewriters. So I have a very fast, not accurate, but fast typing speed.
He's been good.
Let's drag out he's into right to good.
He's been good to me.
Let's bring the two and the me together so that it sounds.
He's been good to me. La 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 la.
Okay, O is what we want to put here. The word O, OH, and vowels continue. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, that's good.
Oh,
I missed one. Oh, because it's not tied. There we go.
oh.
And we'll put the loop there after the O. Let's go back to beginning. And let's see what we have. B flat is what we're in. Now the tempo is 60 beats per minute. Who joined us? Oh, Justin, welcome. And welcome Henry, Sacramento, California. Hope you guys are recovering well from the nature's disasters that's going on out there. Let's go from the beginning with the chords.
God has smiled on me. He has set me free. God has smiled on me. He's been good to me. Oh, God has
Just that easy.
smiled on me. He has set me free.
7,
God
3, 6,
has
4, 1,
smiled
5,
on
4,
me.
2,
He's
2,
been
5. This is B flat.
good to me.
4, 3, 2, 1.
God has smiled on me. He has set me free. God has
I can put an R&B beat with that.
Oh, God
Change our
has
tempo.
smiled on me. He has set me free.
Change our tempo to 60.
God has smiled on me. He's been good to me.
R&B.
Oh, God has smiled on me. He has set me free. God has smiled on me.
All chords work.
He's been good to me. Oh, God has smiled on me. He has set me free. God has smiled on me. He's been good to me. Oh.
So, yes, it is that easy to create a vocal singing the way you want it to be interpreted, and then using your keyboard, depending upon what the features you have on your keyboard, first a practice mode for yourself, and then look for a beat that you can attach to it. And that's how easy it is with technology and music to create a song and put the styling that you want to it. All right, so T drums, did that give you enough chords? And again, this is technology. This is what I've been waiting for since the 1980s, for my pocketbook to catch up. But I always stayed, and as you can see, I do have a good background in music theory, so that when I was creating the MIDI track, I could hit the vocal track. I could hear where I want breath marks. I can actually draw them in. Generally, a song like this, I would probably give it to a male group. This is why I look for B flat to hear the highest note. Again, that's part of the actual theory that you learn behind music, is what range, based upon the singers you're working with, can you place a key. Sometimes when you're learning a song that in some of these high professional sounding choirs, they're singing all the way in the rafters. Your local church can't do it. That's when you have to be able to transpose, not with the button, but on the fly. And you can only do that by playing in different scales. Like if I were to go into here and, let's see, change the key. I'm in B flat. Let's go up 4, B flat, up 4. Hey, get everybody picked here. Take it up to 2, 3, 4. My tenor would be screaming, but it's a good range for a soprano. So I just took it up to D flat.
Oh, God has smiled on me.
Change the voice.
He has set me free. God has smiled on me. He's
Same chords, but a different key.
good to me. Oh, God has smiled on me. He has set me free. God has smiled on me. He's been good to me.
Technology makes it possible now to create any song using whatever available voices your programming of choice comes with. This is, again, Dreamtonic Synthesizer Pro V. They have, it's a Japanese company, so they have more Japanese and Chinese singers, but they are building a roster of English singers, and that's what I've been taking advantage of, the roster of the English singers. I think I have 7 on my list, and I go for the ones. Let me see, 1, 2, 3, 4. I got 6 on my list. I got 3 Japanese singers, which came with the program, which I don't use. But if I wanted to go with a more stronger alto sounding voice, here's my alto voice.
Oh, God.
Oh no, that's not my alto. Is that my alto? No. That's my Japanese alto.
God has smiled on me. He has set me free. God has smiled on me. He's been good to me.
So I have the ability now to create demo files for clients, and I'll say, well, what kind of voice are you looking for? Well, I want a more tension voice. Yes, you can go into this program and adjust breath, tension, vibrato, style. I mean, I haven't really gotten good at the language yet, because some of these you can actually switch the language of them, and the program, I guess, using its own algorithm, will try to match the lyrics to the what you've typed in English. Because I'm not a speaker of any of these other languages, I can't judge whether or not it's correct pronunciation. But it's nice to know that that option does exist. Welcome, Reggie Music. Oh, you're welcome everybody that's in the chat. So, and again, for those who are in the chat, thank you for making me aware that you're here. Feel free to welcome those that are watching. I try to run a very informal chat because I like to have fun. All right, so that's God Has Smiled on Me for T drums. You didn't ask a particular key, so I picked one that I created for the demonstration. Let's go back home. Oh, there we go. All right. And again, welcome to those who are watching from simulcast to Facebook. Let's see what the other songs that were requested were. Here we go. So we did the I Need Thee. Keep Your Loving Arms Around Me by Milton Brunson. We're going to hear that one because it's not ringing a bell. I may have heard it back when it came out, but it's not ringing a bell in my ears. So here we go to YouTube. Keep Your Loving Arms Around Me. Ah, there it is. Okay, there it is. Oh, so it was on this album, huh? We should be live where you can hear this. Except it won't play. So is this something new YouTube has made? Oh no, that's not the right song. Okay. This is the right one. Strangely enough, I don't hear it. Let's change the window. Let's see if that does it. sound on the system. All right, we got our sound back. So this is the song, Fair Use, for the YouTube watchers who are monitoring what I do whenever I do share songs. First thing I always want to establish is what key it's in. All right, so there's my key. Always like to test my ears to see whether or not they are still able to put me within one note. Just want to change. You still be able to hear it. Let's change back to piano. F? No, F is a little high. E flat. Thought it was E flat. Again. Within half a note is generally where my range is. So you're going to hear those classic I should say, standard gospel turn chords. Let's turn this to E flat. And let's go back in and hear that opening, because that always will show up. These openings will show up in somewhere in the song. In the gospel world, you will hear these chords. What is this considered? A minor 6. Which is why I did a whole series on chord building and learning where these chords are. Of course, they're going, as you practice them, you will hear them in songs, and then you will know how to finger them and find how they're being used in the song. Let me see. We're resolved to. This chord is one note away from the major scale. That's how you get that sound. So you went from this is classical in this era, which means it's going to resolve to the 5. But a 4 chord, 1, 2, 3, 4, and generally from here, they may throw this in there. Let's see if they throw that in there. scales will get your hands to be able to hear what they're doing. And come out of it. Again, it's going to come up. Welcome, G. Albert. What makes this an A minor 6, A flat minor 6? The chord designation. Uh-oh. Did things freeze on me? Sometimes Chordy app inadvertently drops the signal. Yes, it did. Okay, let's bring it back online. Okay. Good thing I look at the keyboard. Your chord designation is always going to come from the root key, which is, if you don't play the left hand, whatever your thumb falls, that becomes the root. There's your A flat minor and your 6th chord in the scale. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, but we're going to flat the 3rd. And there's your A flat minor 6. But of course, we're using this in the key of E flat for effect. And if you look at the switch it smallwood chord, total praise. I won't play too much of that because I've been flagged every time I do something from that chord. But that's where they get it from. You are the source of my strength. That's why when you learn the actual traditional gospel songs, you're going to hear those chords being reverberated in hundreds of songs that, like that walk up, progressions, walking up the major scale. 2, 3, 4, 5. Or sometimes, for those who count the number system, this is a 2, 3, 4, 2, 5. And again, back in that era, you heard that on a lot of the Milton Brunson songs. Safe in His Arms has that one. What else has that walk up? There was another one that uses that same walk up. My Help. Yeah, my help comes from the Lord. Also, I'm trying to think of, I hear the song in my head, but we'll continue with this request. So let's continue with what's happening in the song. YouTube sometimes will come after me when they hear their songs playing on my stream, and they'll generally give me the option to mute the song, so at least I can talk to the shortened portions of it, and if they have to mute more than that, you'll still catch what I'm showing. Here we go. So I can hear the chord because I listen to the choir vocals. Please attend to stay there. Turn something down. Okay, you're hearing my Facebook notifications. All right, so listen to a little more. Keep me in your again, I'm listening to the placement of the choir vocals and the lowest note, which is the number system note or designation. Doesn't mean it matches up, but so that I can hear how the chords are being, well, how the chords surround the lyric and the vocalist. So I'm listening to everything, just what the piano player is doing, what the organist is doing, certainly what the choir is doing, because that gives me 80%, 65% of the chords. This chord is a passing tone. This chord is the one that musicians will generally leave out because they don't understand. It's just a passing tone. It's the 7. But the 7th chord is 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's the 7th chord in the Nashville number system. But in gospel, that's the 7th chord. Why? Because that's the 7th note of the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. But they borrow again from the R&B side or the jazz time. This would be a C, 2, 5 to get me to the 1 of C minor, which C minor is the same scale notes as E flat. It's where you start. So when you go here, 2, 5, 1. In, again, this is the root. Theory is so important so that you will get an understanding of how they're building the music around the notes. And the notes are the melody, in this case, 3-part harmony. But when they're building it, they're adding layers of passing chords and progressions to catch the listener's ear for what the lyrics are going to say. Let's continue from here.
Lets me know you're there. Your arms around me. Keep me in your
F. Where we're going?
Lets me know you're there.
Trying to hear how they made that change. There it is. That's what I was hearing. That chord. So that's where we stopped.
Keep me in your care. Lets me know you're there.
Diminished chord. Again, because I can hear diminished chords because I've practiced them for decades. That's where they're going from here. And again, it's just a quick. It's right there. That's where we stopped. So, review. I got to stop and review it myself. that's what I throw in. That's when I begin to expand your. Again, these are progressions to get you from here. And this is the circle of fourths or fifth, depending upon how you want to look at it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I believe going up is 5, going down is 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Back up 4. Or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's where we stopped. Let's go. And it resolved right there. So the era of this kind of music really kept it basic, depending upon the song you were doing. So the Milton Brunson sound and the Clay Evans sound and the Chicago Mass Choir sound mirrored each other. If you learned one group sound, you'll find those same sounds, just a little bit more bolder in the next choir. The question: do you know what to do? Oh, do you do what you do totally by ear, or do you also have a cryptic sheet music? 100% by hearing. I know we use the term play by ear. I play by hearing. What it is, I have played so much music. I've got a whole, I don't know why I still keep a drawer full of cassette tapes that was handed to me by my choir director for 25 years of every new song that was coming out. She would make a recording of it on a blank tape and just say, we're learning the first 3 songs on this side and then the next 3 songs on the other side. And she'd have 20 songs on a cassette tape. So I got immersed in learning every song I possibly could for the next rehearsal, not just how the piano part goes, but how the vocals go. That helped to train my ear to hear the different cadences of songs that choir or the big choirs were using. Most times we learned choir songs, very few solo songs. Then as the artist began to evolve, if you're doing it for a adult choir, you learn a different style of song. If I'm playing for a youth choir, they have a totally different feel. That was for my era, that was the Hezekiah Walker songs. We were doing James Cleveland, Chicago Mass, because my choir director was from Chicago, so she had an affection for the Chicago choir sound, but also the Mississippi choir, the Georgia Mass Choir, the New Jersey Choir. Of course, I'm from New York, so everything New York, we learned institutional. We learned Benny Cummins. We learned Timothy Wright. Who couldn't do Timothy Wright songs if you lived in the New York area? So I was inundated with music styles. And then when Smallwood came out and Thomas Whitfield came out, that kind of blew the roof off of what I was learning, because now I had to learn a gospel jazz and a gospel classical sound. Kirk Franklin came out, I had to learn a gospel R&B sound. But all that stays with me, even at I'll be 69 in a couple of months. Can't wait till I say I'm going to be 70. But all that is still with me. So when I listen to songs from my past, I'm like, oh yeah, that chord went with this song, but it also goes with this song. It also goes with that song. And then when I hear it coming back in these later era songs, like, oh yeah, you guys are just borrowing from what that era borrowed from. Jazz, R&B, spirituals, to create music around the melody and lyrics. So there is no what they call there's no cheat sheet in front of me. Only cheat sheet I have is the fact that I've been blessed to remember what notes sound like on a keyboard. So I know this is middle C, this is above middle C, that's above middle C, that's above middle C. How many times is it above? I can look at it and say, okay, G, B flat, E, B, D, A, C sharp, D flat, G flat, B flat, E flat. What did I miss? I know I missed somebody. I get B natural and its chord. So because I know where the notes are and the associated melodies that are part of the scale, I can now pick any key and hear the melody in one key. If I did Mary Had a Little Lamb, I know it's always on the third note. So I can go to A flat. I can go to E flat. I can go to A major. And know that because I've practiced the scale and that I know where the associated melody is going to start, it's just a matter of putting the chords underneath that are in the basic chording system. So it's all from hearing and application is having a chord book, which if you see that I do push the chord book, you see it there. One of the ebooks that I created has a conglomerate of the chords that I learned as a youngster to find out what this chord is they're playing in this song. I didn't immediately have this knowledge. I had to invest in chord books and chording books to show me how are they fingering this chord. But I hear another note in there. Oh, they're adding that note to give me that clustered tension sound. And then all the other notes I had to find out, well, gee, what scale are they in? What scale is this chord found in? Nope. There's my scale. So once I knew the scale the chord was found in, play the notes. Don't play the notes I hear, not the ones I don't hear, and then commit to memory what this chord is always going to sound like. And then what if I were going to change my key and go up a half a step? I would practice this. Half a step away. If I want that same chord, I have to be able to move the fingers. And then, because I know it's a half a step away. There we go. Just so that I can hear that sound. That's what I would practice, going up every key so that if I got a song to learn and I hear that chord in a different key, I know where to go search for it the quickest way possible, then learn the song for that performance. Let's listen some more.
What's never lost, just keep your arms around me. Keep me in your care. Let me know you're there.
Okay, so I had already lost my chords from having all this conversation. Generally, when I learn a song, I'm usually a half hour listening first, and then piecing out where the chords are, and then I go into learning mode where I go, okay, at this part of the song, I'm going to hear this chord. Second, I'm going to hear this chord. 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 Then I know this chord is coming because they're going to go here. Then they're going to go here. Now they could go here, or they could go here. Let me see. Or here. Then I know that this was coming here. The minor, the walk it up. They're gonna go here. They're gonna do So that's how I would begin to piece songs together. Again, I would do melody of the choir vocals and the lyrics to know that I'm placing the correct chord in its place. So we're almost halfway through. I know there's a change coming. That's how the Milton Brunson songs go. Okay, that's the lead. They're probably going to follow the same chords. Let's hear the change.
You won't let me down. You're somebody I can depend on. Yeah.
All right, same chords, just a lead added to it. Okay, here we go, the chords, the big band chords. And it's just rinse and repeat. Because G is part of the major scale, the number 3 chord, you can go into it right there and walk it up. And you know you're going back to the 6th chord. That's where we are. Again, the chords are right there. 6 to the 2. Stay in the 2. Don't get that walk up again. 5 to the 3. Now you can stay there if you want. If you want to get a little classical. To get to the 6th. And this chord. This is where we are. Passing tones. The 7, 3 to the 6, and these are the jazz chords. Richard Smallwood uses these chords. You've heard this. The source of my life. You are the strength of my life. Once you learned or have heard these chords from another song, no matter how far it was ago, all of a sudden you're going to go, wait a minute. I know those chords. It cuts down learning a song from 5 days to 1. Let's continue. Revolving vamp, or what they call this, reprise. 2, 2, 3, 4. in the 5, go to the 2. Now, when you know that's going to happen, as you can see, I extend it out. All I'm doing is I'm playing with the fact that they're in 2 scales. That's the scale they're in. Now I'd have to get my book out to tell you what scale this is. There's a minor and another minor. So F minor. But it also could be, let's see. It's one of those Lydian scales. That's how you musicians build their runs. And of course, the lowest note determines the name of the chords that they are using. We're almost to the end. I'm sure I'm going to get a copyright notification from YouTube, but that's okay. I generally give them an opportunity to mute out the song, but the chords are still being shared. Let's see what we come to the end is. Wow, tenors. Okay. And you can hear there's different ways to do this. Or that 7th note makes a different. Or let me see. Or you can do this one, or just straight. But the notes, as you can see, they're right next to each other. Pick and choose which sound you want to hear based upon how, from a music standpoint or from a musician standpoint, where they all fit. I'll put it like that. You just pick and choose which one to use. The notes are right there. It's just putting the chords around it. Wherever your skill set is, it's nice to know that you can go and borrow everything you want. That was the end of the song. So this helps our viewer who requested that song. Alrighty, so we're moving right along. And again, I do thank each of you who have been supporting the chat by typing in your comments, because YouTube likes to see comments on live chats. That means they will push it out to other viewers on their feed who normally wouldn't get me popping up unless they came in on the channel. Make sure I didn't lose any questions. I think I caught the last one from G. Albert. Thank you for your question about. I've never had a chord book. I never had a book that I would write in the chords I'm playing. If I can remember a particular song and I play it exactly like I hear it on the album, as you see me here, I'm piecing what it sounds like from the album. I find that those chords, they're nothing new. They're just placed differently in this particular song. Take those chords again into Total Praise. They're the same chords in Total Praise. They'll be the same chords in any John P. Key song, in any Hezekiah Walker song that uses those chords. They're the same chords. They're just placed differently. Welcome, Rachel. Can you do a series on walk-ups and walk-downs? What have I have on the channel already that talks to that? May not be called walk up and walk down, but I have a series on chord patterns. Let me look at what my channel says. If I put in walk up. There is. And I did it last year, July 23rd. Gospel tutorials, basic walk-ups in the key of C. Then I got a couple of shorts. There's only 3 videos on it. I have a couple of shorts, how to play walk-up chords in D flat. And then I have another pro organ chords, chromatic walk-up in C. That's also a short. That's only 1 minute. So they were quick ones. But the basic walk-up in C is, let me see how long. It was done in July, so that's very recent. 9 minutes, which means whatever you learned in the key of C, you can apply it to any other key. Let me copy the link and put it in the chat. This way you can check it out if you want during the live stream or after. So that is that was part of my series, building chords in C major. And it does have timestamps, so you can actually go to what I'm talking about. Goodness. Alternate chords, bounce technique, adding melody, riffs, playing descending scale with chords, adding trills and chords, rhythm, chords, technique. So yeah, I covered a lot of in the aspect of basic gospel walk-up chords. But I make sure I always put enough in there to cover any other all the different skill sets. In the past, I've used Chordify to use as an aid. Chordify. I'm unfamiliar with Chordify. I'm sure it's a tremendous tool for helping a musician enhance their understanding. Again, part of what, and I hate to use the word forced to do, but when you're the only church musician in a mid-sized church, I'm going to adjust my lighting here. There we go. And you play for 6 choirs, you're forced to learn all the different chords that are being used in all the different songs. When I had to learn Call 'Em Up by Keith Pringle, that put me in a minor mode. Then I had to learn Healing by Richard Smallwood. That put me in a classical mode because I wanted to sound like the album. Not like Richard Smallwood, but I wanted to sound like the album. When I was, again, tasked to learn from Milton Brunson, Safe in His Arms, I had to learn the Milton Brunson style of chords. And yes, Safe in His Arms uses those same walk-ups also. Bum, 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 Safe in His Arms. So it became a bouncing chord match for me. Whose chords fit whose song? And then I would interchange them. I can use the same chords I learned in Smallwood in Milton Brunson. I can learn the chords I learned in Milton Brunson in a John P. Key song. I can learn the song I did in John P. Key song in a Kirk Franklin song. Look, the reason why we sing. Yeah, he has the 2-5-1 minor chord, which you also heard in this song. That's why his song became, his earlier songs were a easy to learn because I was using those chord changes in different songs. He just kept it all pretty much compact, and he had a group versus an actual choir. When I learned the Georgia Mass Choir songs, I think "Joy" was one of the Richard Small, was Kirk Franklin's contribution to that album from the Georgia Mass Choir. "Joy, Joy, God's Great Joy." And I'm just talking now. I probably need to do. No, I won't do that as an AI song. But it gave me a different approach to the key of F, I believe, a different approach to piano playing. Because I don't know if he played the piano on that one or not, but it was an eye opener. Excuse me, an eye opening way to look at the songs. Let me see. Bum bum bum. Dum. Dum. So now I have a new style that is not traditional, not James Cleveland, not Milton Brunson or Clay Evans from the Georgia Mass Choir, but I enjoyed it. Dum, bum, bum, bum. This chord, nope. The walk up. Dum, bum, bum. 3. Oh, there it is. This is those contemporary chords. There's that walk up again we just learned. Gotta go from here, get to this chord. 3, 6, 2, 3, 4, 5. The 5, the 4. 3, 6, 2. Joy, joy in my soul. Diminish. Joy, stay right there, joy in my soul. A great time for me to be alive as a musician, as a church musician, because I was challenged to sound like the album. And because I'm basically not challenged by my choir director, I was challenged as a musician to go, okay, I want to sound like that. How does he get that? Oh, he's grace notes. And it became iconic. Now I put that in there. I have to go listen to see if that's in there. But this chord is in For Every Mountain. This chord is in For Every Mountain. Let me see. For every mountain, for every mountain, you brought me over. For every trial, you sing me through. For every blessing, hallelujah. For this E major, for this I give you praise. Here's that chord. That chord is in For Every Mountain. That's the turn chord. That's why I said when I learn every song, if I hear a chord in another song, I know where it originated from. more with chords. There it is. And for this I give. So much music that is not being explored anymore because we've locked ourselves, and I say we, the church world has locked itself lockstep with what's easy to play. I have to put it like that. We play what's easy. Back in my day, there was no YouTube, there was no musician sheds. There certainly were no musicians that would show you what they know. At least in my day, there wasn't. So if you didn't get it by hearing or by ear, you just didn't get it. You cut it short. You played the chords you knew. You said, "Oh, okay, I know that chord. I know it's the 4. I know it's the 4, but I don't know this chord that's coming up." And you just did this without knowing that it's a small chord. That's a small chain. Seventh. What does the scripture say? Study to show thyself approved, a workman who needeth not be ashamed to play the right chords. I just added that on. How are you playing For Every Mountain? Because For Every Mountain is just minor chords in a D minor, which is the same as F major, depending upon where you start. So once you know that it's D minor is also F major, borrow the chords from each. There's the F major. There's the E major. D major. Now you're back in F. Now you're outside of it, but now you're back into the B. And now you're back into the D minor. And I learned all that because I practiced scales, not just major, but minor, harmonic minor, and there's a third minor scale, and of course the jazz minor. There it is. And then because you have practiced the scales, every chord is built on a scale. If you know more scales, you can hear all the chords. From a gospel music standpoint, it changes when you get into the jazz world, which I'm not at all talking to because I am not fluent in jazz at all. I just scrape what I pick up. That was back in the day when you got paid the big bucks. I know better. I wore out that trustee and deacon. He knew where the bodies were buried. Yeah, I did not come through the era of where musicians are being paid now for what they do. It was always, God is going to bless you. Just be faithful. That's the era that I came up in until I said, well, you know what? I can be faithful somewhere else. And all of a sudden they found some coins to share with me. The minute I said, well, you know what, I can be faithful over there because I understand over there they take care of, they do more than give you a fried fish sandwich and some tater salad. And all of a sudden, and all of a sudden, we're not going to talk about that. That was back in my day. I'm sure it's a lot different now because they got whole bands now where before it was just me. So I couldn't even go on vacation throughout the entire year because if I wasn't there, there was no music. And I made sure that when I was there, they got the music that they were expecting. They don't do that song no more than they should do that. G flat. Wow, I forgot that chord. I forgot that chord. Oh, you couldn't stop church whenever you played that song. What was that other one we used to do? The harvest is ripe. Hear the voice of... Oh, I used to know the song. There it is. In the voice of the Lord say, who will go? And major E flat major. What was already? But the labor are few. Wow, boy, I haven't played those chords in decades, but it's coming back to me. Goodness, I gotta bring on my drum for this one because again, you get the opportunity to do these songs one time in your lifetime. Better make it do a mic. Use me. No bass player. Hear my Lord. Dun, dun. For the harvest is ripe. Bum, 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 bum. For the harvest is ripe. They did this. dun, 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 bum, 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 bum. Oh, oh, use me. Wow, I hadn't played that song in decades. What's wrong with fried fish and tater salad? Well, sometimes when you were expecting for them to hold you, something from the kitchen because you were in a rehearsal with the choir before the afternoon service, and then you go downstairs thinking that they've got it wrapped in aluminum foil, and everybody's leaving with brown paper bags. Oh, brother, you didn't get none? I said, that's okay. It's all right. That one is Use Me. Who did that song? I think it was a Florida Mass Choir did that song. Use Me. Was it Use Me? Use Me for your service? For the harvest is ripe. That's the title. For the harvest is ripe. But the labor of the hear the voice of the Lord say, who will go and work for me? For the harvest is ripe. Dun, 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 bum, bum, dun, dun, dun. For the harvest is ripe too. But the laborers are few. Yeah, that's the era in which I came up in. I pulled that up because I think the next song in our list is a hymn, and sometimes this is one of those songs that cleanses the palate of the musician because there's history in, and this is Black History Month. These songs were from, I'll use African American, not like black, but African American artists or composers. For the harvest is ripe. Okay, I don't want the 85 version. I want the original. Was it New Jersey Mass Choir that wrote this? What? I think it was Florida. Because they did a remix of it, and I don't like the remix. I like the original. Well, maybe it was New Jersey Mass Choir, my home state where I am right now. All right, let's listen. I'm using those chords still today. You hear that chord and a lot of the chords I'm still doing today because I have a certain chords stick with me. There's your tritone above a root chord, but that's your bass. Don't tell me you have never heard that song before. Come by Here Good Lord by Walter Hawkins. No, that wasn't a request, Dr. Sheila. And I'm sure I'll get a copyright on that one, and I don't care because that's a part of my history, that song. Come by Here Good Lord by Walter Hawkins. Let's see what that sounds like. Again, I did not learn every song. Only the ones that were requested of me by the choir director. But I've covered that song in the past. I see where I have viewed it, so I won't go over it again. It's in an earlier stream. I can't tell you when, but whenever I go to YouTube and it shows me that leaves me a red mark, that means I have covered the song already. Let's see. Let's see. Defense. Again, hear that flat. We're in Black History Month. Very basic. the Kirk Franklin chords. That flat seventh in this, it's a jazz chord, but gospel borrows. All right, what else is in here? Go past that. All right. Rather than go up a half a step, because probably the musicians weren't challenging themselves, they went up a full step. It's okay. That's what gospel music did back then. It was only, I think, who would go up half a step on every song? Well, Timothy Wright, of course. All his songs had the half step movements. But for some settings, you need musicians to be comfortable. Most musicians don't like playing in D. Your notes are not displaying, probably because Chordy app has once again crashed. All right. Sorry, I don't know when it went out because I was looking at the comments and I'm not in the key which it started in, which was D flat. So come by here, my Lord. Come by here. To turn on the 3, the 6. Come by back to the 3, the 2, the 5. Turn on the 3 again to take you back to the 6. The 3 again. 4. The diminish on the +1 on the 1, which is the gospel turn. 2. 5, 5, 5, 1, 3 with the flat. Then da da da. Then the 1. Now we're in E flat 3. The 4. Turn on the 3 to get to the 6. 3, the 2, the 5, the 3 again to give you this turn chord to get to the 6. 3 again, the 4, the diminished on the 1 plus, 1 plus. So you can get that sound on your bass note, what they call this, E diminished 7. Take off away that, then it's this chord. 2, 5, stay in the 5, the 1, the flat 7 on the chord, 4, so those are the chords in this song. Let's see a little further.
Speak to my heart, Lord, yeah, somebody needs you, Lord.
Same chords, they're just manipulating the choir notes. And I think that's pretty much the end. Let's see what they come out with. Choir voicing. The 7th chord on a 5 note. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Again, gospel music will not play by the rules. That's considered the chord that they've been using on a 5. But now if you go here, it's a 5. But the minute you add that chord there, it's not still not a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? Yeah, it's still a 5 chord, but they use it here. Again, inversions or your tritone. And you have your jazz tone. Okay. Just looking at the comments, I did bring up the MIDI back up. Yes, I was playing it in D major. I had the key chord set to F from the last song because I jumped into it and did not set the chord app. How long have we been on? Let's look at 2 hours and 30 minutes. That's good. And we have 8 currently in the room. So again, thank you for those who are watching. Those, of course, on the Facebook page, if you are still watching, thank you for being a part of today's stream. Trying to cover up my stomach growling. What did I have before I came downstairs? I think I had a cookie. Trying to lose weight still for 2000. Oh, and I brought snacks with me just in case. So I am covered. What makes it jazz or gospel chords? I did an entire series, Dr. Sheila, on is it jazz or is it gospel? And I picked songs that could go either way. I think when, and this always would be a topic of discussion. I actually went to Chat GPT. Does jazz come out of gospel? And Chat GPT kind of gave a quasi answer. Wasn't the answer I was expecting, but then there's an answer that I could accept. That out of gospel, R&B has one path up, and the other path was jazz out of gospel. Okay. I'm certainly, I can be quite sure in saying that the gospel musicians did not create the sound of gospel. They borrowed, a musician came or produced a song and called it gospel. He may have been a jazz musician. Now R&B, of course, but they play rhythm and blues. In fact, I saw my brother showed me a video of someone showing the tree of between gospel. Let me see if I can pull that up. This is a good segue because to understand your roots, you need to know or get a picture of where everything came from. So I'm going to see if I can find that image of the gentleman showing a picture of how how R&B and jazz branched out of a gospel concept. Let's see if I can find an image. Picture. Let's see if Google can find this. Okay, what is this? Let's see if I can find an image. Wow. Talk about sparse. Okay, let's search for video of gentlemen showing roots of gospel music and jazz. I see some YouTube videos here which I may get copyrighted on of presentation. I'm looking for that exact one I saw. Okay, I'll claim fair use and I'll play. Let me see. This plays the roots of the origins of gospel music in the series part 1. Into the origins and influence of gospel music on the black spirituality. No, I don't want that one. All right, let me see what this is. See it, you hear it though. See what's going to happen. I cut the sound. The Gospel of Jazz. No, that's not what I wanted. So let's do this. Okay, so I'm reading a write-up here. Let's see if I can pull it up so you can see what I'm reading. Here, gospel music originated in the American South during the 19th century. It evolved from African American spirituals, which were songs of hope sung by enslaved people. This is an AI pull up of where gospel music originated. Now, again, I'm not an aficionado on gospel music. I, as a youngster, would hear my father play it for the same church that I also played in. But our styles are vastly different. He had the style of that era. My style came from being immersed within a jazz band in high school and adapting to the chords that I heard played there, not the ones I heard him play. Plus, he didn't have time to show me how to play the piano anyway. That's another story. But according to this write-up, gospel music originated in the American South, according to AI. Again, I did a search. And the second one says it's deeply rooted in the rich traditions of the African American church. During the 1800s, African American churches in the southern United States started fusing various styles of music into their worship, including African American spirituals, hymns, and sacred songs. So that's the understanding I always leaned to, that all the other styles of music were incorporated and created the gospel sound, which was the spiritual. They have anthems in there. Okay, they say, I think sacred songs are like the anthems, because in my era, as a church musician, we could only play hymns, spirituals, or anthems for the morning service. The pastor would not allow any other song. He was a senior pastor, allowed any other song to be played. We couldn't do "Oh Happy Day." We couldn't do anything from Andre Crouch. We just weren't allowed. We are not ashamed of the gospel. We could not play that song because that was not a spiritual hymn or an anthem. We did the heavens are telling, the earth is the Lord, and yeah, what we did, earth is the Lord, full of thereof. No, we did another version of an anthem, which they pulled out on first and second Sundays. The third Sundays was the young adult choir, but they couldn't do at that time the Hawkins song. We snuck a couple in there. We sung "Jesus, I Love You" in there because I guess the pastor did not know it was a Hawkins song, and it was not poppy. Didn't have a lot of pop to it, but the choir sung it very well. So when you start to delve into, is it gospel or is it jazz? I think it is the chords, that how they're being applied to the singing, because as you see today, a 4-chord pop song, those same 4 chords are used in today's gospel CCM style song. Same chords, same positioning. You just change the lyrics. So is that make it a pop song or a gospel song? I always lean towards the fact that as I learned the different older songs that were prior to me and tried to hear them as other musicians played them, they played it the way that they learned it. And most times it wasn't like the album. But if they grew up listening to jazz, they put jazz chords in every song they played. God forbid you start playing "Do Lord Remember Me," you heard jazz. If they were playing "I Want Jesus to Walk With Me," you heard jazz. You heard the same chords you hear in jazz. But once I got an opportunity to play those songs, I'm like, okay, I hear classical versus hearing jazz. I think, to your question, Dr. Sheila, the era that those songs came in labeled them as gospel, but put a musician who learned jazz in that same setting, and he would said, "That's jazz. I play those chords at the juke joint." Let me look at the song "I Want Jesus to Walk With Me," because that's one of those songs that, and we did it in the key of F. Let's just change the. In fact, I need a soloist, because that'll help to build this out. Let me create a soloist for "I Want Jesus to Walk With Me." What were we doing? We just did. God has smiled on me. So God has smiled on me. So that was the last thing. Excuse my back. I am typing. There we go. We're going to create a AI track of "I Want Jesus to Walk With Me." Okay, let's turn off the loop. Let's create a new song. That's jazz. The walking. Let's slow this down to 60 beats per minute. This is old Southern. And we're going to put it in F. Let's make sure we have our keyboard enabled. That is the jazz minor scale. That is the jazz pentatonic scale, the minor jazz pentatonic scale. But let's create it, and we'll see how the jazz, traditional chords and jazz chords will define the song. And I want Jesus, 2, 3. F. E minor. the time. We'll fix it. All along this. Go higher. Pilgrim Journey. I missed a note. Three, four, 1, 2, 2. Okay, stop that, and let's get our it's a high note, so I got to bring in the soprano for that one. Snap to grid, and let's let you see the process. Don't understand why that's looking like that. Let's come out of this. And let's go back in. Let's try it again. Oh, okay. We were fine before. Let's see. I wanted you to see the process, but I'm not getting a good representation of the screen. Oh, if I do that, that would probably help. Okay. Still, no. We'll do it like this. All right, so those are my notes. And let's slide them to the second measure. Again, this is MIDI creation. I want Jesus. It's got to tie Jesus together to walk with me. Let's see if I can get them all in together. I want Jesus program to walk program with another programming me. Let's see if I got it lined up. And we're going to assign our highest soprano.
I want Jesus
2, 1, 2.
to walk with me.
Who says that AI doesn't have a soul? I want Jesus to walk with me. I should have programmed that over because it's going to be the same, but that's okay. I want Jesus program to walk program with me.
I want Jesus to walk with me.
Okay, you can put that there, program this. Program that. Okay, let's time this up to walk. Okay, 2 on the downbeat. Come on, stretch that over. With, stretch that over. I might change that.
I want Jesus
2, 1, 2.
to walk with me.
I'm on this. While I'm on this.
While I'm
Spelling helps. Fat fingers.
while I'm on this.
Pilgrim Journey. That's where I messed up on my notes. Let me see what I got.
La la la.
Okay, I need you. Pilgrim Journey. Pilgrim. Perfect my spelling now. Grim. Pilgrim. 4, 1, 2, 3. Pilgrim Journey. And program that.
Pilgrim.
Up. Forgot this. It should be a plus, not a minus.
Pilgrim journey.
I want Jesus. Let's tie these two together. You don't want it programmed like a computer. You want to sound human. That's why some of the notes I'm leaving out of time. I want Jesus.
I want Jesus.
To walk. Stretch out, walk. To walk with me. Stretching it out. To walk with me.
To walk. To walk with. To walk with me.
All right, let's put in our loop so that it goes back me. Dun, 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 bum, bum, bottom. And let's see if I get this right.
To walk with me. I want Jesus to walk with me.
So you want to hear the chords so you can get the right notes.
I want Jesus to walk with me. While I'm on this pilgrim journey.
This is jazz.
I want Jesus.
Spiritual, which is like classical.
To walk with me. I want Jesus to walk with me.
my chord.
While I'm on this pilgrim journey.
This is my jazz.
I want Jesus to walk with me. I want Jesus to walk with me.
Just changing the chords gives it a different sound.
I want Jesus to walk with me. While I'm on this pilgrim journey, I want Jesus
Classical.
to walk with me.
So, what do you want to be?
I want Jesus.
Okay, put a stop on that. As you can see, I'm pulling out different styles. I'm just going over different styles in my head. Classical, Smallwood, Richard Smallwood style, Kirk Franklin styles. The different 2-5-1, 2-5-1, 2-5-1. That's jazz. Or state, this is what they did in church. That's basic, which again is acceptable for a spiritual sound. But as the musician's skill set change, and you would say, well, that's spiritual playing. No, that's a style over a spiritual.
Yes,
Over spiritual.
to walk with me. I want Jesus to walk with me.
Tritone. Is it tritone spiritual or is it jazz?
While I'm on this pilgrim journey,
This is the gospel.
I want Jesus to walk with me.
Then you're going to walk with it.
I want Jesus to walk with me. I want Jesus to walk with me. While I'm on this pilgrim journey, I want Jesus to walk with me.
Now, what the AI vocalist gives me is an opportunity to show you, without having to play the melody, how music supports a melody line. It seems that the gospel style evolved was consistently conforming to the times. Well, yeah, as the different musicians got an opportunity to migrate into I'll call it the black church, because they were coming maybe out of the juke joints, or there wasn't enough work, maybe a better way to put it. If there wasn't enough work for them where they were in the jazz clubs, where's the next place you can go to play on a piano for free? Of course, the organists, they weren't B3s. They were, if they did have a pipe organ, they more or less matriculated to the piano. There were no Steinways in your storefront churches. And I think churches probably were so glad to have someone that could help support the service with some music. G. And if they could slip in a jazz run, they called it the Spirit.
I want Jesus to walk with me.
Call it the blues.
I want Jesus to walk with me. While I'm on this pilgrim journey, I want Jesus to walk with me.
And I would think jazz musicians of that era, as musicians of this era, if you turn them loose and don't give them any guardrails, that's what you will get out of them. Music. Now, of course, if they were if they played for banquet halls, whatever the banquet halls will look like back then you got a whole different type of musician.
I want Jesus to walk with me. I want Jesus to walk with me. While I'm on this pilgrim journey, I want Jesus to walk with me.
'Cause I don't think that there was sheet music back in the old churches.
I want Jesus to walk with me. I want Jesus to walk with me. While I'm on
major so that it doesn't sound so minor. But again, I'm not a aficionado on what was considered gospel and what was considered jazz or the R&B sound. I can only go on what I listen to, and for those who are the aficionados, who have the record, who have the receipts of what was and what wasn't, I'll go along with it. But then I can tell a major chord from a minor chord to a augmented chord to a diminished chord. That's what I look for in the music. As I often say, it's only music. When you take away all the labels, I think the labels help to identify who's who and who's not. Oh, he plays jazz, so he can't play in the church. Okay. But we don't have a musician, so you can play in the church, just don't play that jazz. Well, how do you know if it's jazz if you haven't been to the jazz hall? Because to the avid listener, unless they've heard the albums of jazz, they wouldn't know. When I got my opportunity to play in a Methodist church, I thought that I should play like a sophisticated musician that played the notes that the hymn book sounds like. My very first Sunday, we were doing Down at the Cross, Glory to His Name. That's the title, Glory to His Name. So I played it like the hymn book. Because I know that style. I'm thinking it's a Methodist church. They're steeped in tradition. After I played the song, the pastor looked at me and said, "You know, we sing it faster than that." And I'm sitting there going, "Oh my God!" Because again, it's my first Sunday playing there, and that was the first opening hymn. So ever since it's and they had a ball singing it, speeding it up to a jazz tempo, throwing in the jazz chord, throwing in all the runs, because they've not had a musician that could morph from the traditional hymnal style with this song. In fact, I have Glory to His Name in my. Let's save this because I may do something with that for Black History. I want Jesus to walk with me. I'm going to save that for one of the songs I will create. Let's see. I know I have it in here. Glory to His name. Okay, I've got it in 3-part harmony in the key of A flat. I played it thinking that in the Methodist church they sing everything strictly by the book, not knowing that what got me the job was the fact that I'm a Pentecostal musician coming into a United Methodist environment. So this is what they wanted.
Down at the cross where my Savior died, down where from cleansing from sin I cried, there to my heart was the blood applied. Glory to His name. Glory to His name, precious name. Glory to His name. There to my heart was the blood applied. Glory to His name.
So is that gospel or is it jazz? And I think this is one of the songs I used on my series. Is it gospel or is it jazz? because the hymn version is. It's good to know both ways. The number system 1, 4, 1, 5, 1. Or do you want in order to keep your congregation happy and giving, do you want jazz?
Down at the cross where my Savior died, down where from cleansing from sin I cried, there to my heart was the blood of life. Glory to His name. Glory to His name, precious name. Glory to His name. There to my heart was the blood applied. Glory to His name.
And we sung it like that for 19 years that I was there. So it's is it gospel or is it jazz? I think you just pick a lane, pick a musician's style, pick what the house, or I should say what the leadership wants to hear. Because if you got a happy congregation with what you're giving them, they tend to give a lot. They go deeper in their pockets. I'll put it like that, and in their pocketbooks. But the musician has to be able to go as many ways as they want it. Now, if I were in an actual Caribbean church, they would sing it differently. Got to know who your audience is, and have a background of knowing what a certain style sounds like. Can you take us through the number system like the hymn version? Because I'm not a number system aficionado, I can only speak the number system from the lowest note, which is the bass. And it's very traditional. If you're going to do jazz, then you're going to have movement. And if your left hand is not good, if you don't have a great bass player, you're going to get caught up trying to number system a bass pattern. Best to stay with traditional. 1, 4, 1, 1, 2, 5, 1, 4, 1, 5. As you can see, my bass hand stayed within the number system, but the chording supported the melody and supported passing tones to lead you through the song. It's, for me, whenever I get a request to talk to the number system, I do it from my aspect of it. If you watch how I chord songs, I don't use the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 number system. I use my version 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 1. That's my version, which is to me choir voicing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Because that helped me to know that from a choir standpoint, that those are the chords that I can cover any traditional song with, either hymn or spiritual, for that. Now, when it goes outside of that, then I know I have the other chords that are standard chords. When they do this, I do this, or this, to add some color or some color tones around wherever the melody is going. So let me do the chords.
Down at the cross where my Savior died.
The 1,
Down where from
6,
cleansing
2,
from sin
2,
I
5,
cried.
1,
There to my heart
7,
was the blood
1,
applied.
5,
Glory to His
1,
name.
to the 4,
Glory to
1,
His name, precious name.
still in the 1,
Glory to
5.
His name.
These are my chords. The 1,
There
3,
to my
6,
heart was
3,
the
4, 4
blood
plus, 5,
applied.
5,
Glory to
the
His
1, 4.
name.
So you want to work around what those chords are. Again,
Down at the cross where my Savior died.
you don't have bass play the
Down where
pa,
from cleansing from sin I cried. There to my heart was the blood applied. Glory to His name.
4,
Glory to
5,
His
1,
name.
5, 1, 5, 1, 5, 6, 2, 5, 2, 5, 3, 6,
To my heart was
5,
the
4,
blood
drop 4, 5, 1, 5.
Glory to His name.
Now you jazz it up.
Down at the cross where my Savior died. Down where from cleansing from sin I cried. There to my heart was the blood applied. Glory to His name. Glory to His name, precious name. Glory to His name. There to my heart was the blood applied. Glory to His name.
And what happens is when you learn the different jazz styles, for bass, you can now learn the walking bass, which I have on my channel, learning how to learn the walking bass, both for organ and for piano. Do I have advice or steps for getting the root notes out of songs? There was another question behind that. Are you familiar with Afro-Cuban jazz? No, I am not, Dr. Sheila. Again, I am not a jazz musician. I'm a church musician, which encompasses anthems, spirituals, hymns, early gospel, contemporary gospel, urban gospel. I'll include CCM because it's just less chords, and any music that a church requires me to be able to play to assist in the accomplishing the music part of the service. So I don't lend to any pre-designation. So I'm not a jazz musician. I'm a church musician, which opens me up to whatever stuff I got to do. I'm not even a classical musician, but I'll learn Richard Smallwood's chords from a classical song. If I wanted to do Moonlight Sonata, E flat, no, there it is. Just because I can do the, I'm not a classical musician, but I've heard these notes. Because I've heard it and played on a Bugs Bunny cartoon when I was a small youngster. I'd run to the piano and try to pick out the notes, and I couldn't pick it out because I couldn't remember all the notes, but I remember what it sounded like. Moonlight Sonata was when I finally heard someone play it and give it a designated name, but that didn't mean I wanted to go and learn the entire song. I just wanted that part of it. Let me see. I covered the gospel style. Oh, electric guitar players at church that added solo parts to the worship service. Well, 1986, when I went to the Gospel Music Association in Nashville, Tennessee. I believe it was 1986, because I wanted to understand the music industry from a business side. So you had to go there to see the business executives, the A&R artists and repertoire people, who was very poignant. They said, if any of you come down here thinking you're going to get sign a record deal, forget it. We have artists already signed. Shake up the dust, stir up the dust where you are, and we'll hear about you. That was the best advice I could ever get, because I wanted to understand how does the industry work. Well, back in 1986 in Nashville, Tennessee, at a music convention, I was going through the hall and I saw rock players playing gospel, and I'm not gospel, but playing religious, spiritual, playing songs using rock chords, but speaking about the Holy Spirit and Jesus. And I said, oh, okay, either these guys couldn't get a gig, or this is where music is going. Back in 1986, when I saw the praise and worship begin to emerge, like in 93, 94, I said, yep, I remember seeing those chords, hearing those chords, and rockers with the long hair and what they normally wear at a rock concert back in 86, singing. I said, oh, okay. So I sort of had an inkling of what was coming. I didn't realize it was going to replace everything that I learned as a youngster and grew up with and appreciated. You know, they took away testimony service. When praise and worship, people were going away being trained how to do praise and worship, and they came and eliminated testimony service songs. I'm like, what about that mother who's been singing that song for the last 20 years? What does she get to sing? No, these are the words we're singing. Now sing these words. Just sing them 20 times over. And I'm like, no, you can't tell me that this is, you're going to, but they've been singing that song. So all the songs that I grew up with, that I worked on chords, turn it into a jazz feel, depending upon who was my audience, or turning it into a classical feel, all of a sudden now they were wiped away like they never existed. Now we're doing this. This is the way the Spirit is leading. I said, no, you went away to a seminar. You came back believing that now you're better than what the person that paid for your airfare and your hotel while you were there. Yeah, that's an argument that I had, one which I could not win, because sometimes you have to know when to just shut up and do your job until you find someplace else to go. And that's exactly what I did. Found someplace else to go. And I shut up too, until they commanded me that, oh, you got to add another rehearsal now so that we can learn these new songs. And I says, no, I'm already out here 5 times a week. I don't get to see my family. And I'm not adding another night out here. You meet me while I'm here. So that began my exit from that ministry. But as far as Afro-Cuban jazz, no, I'm not a jazz musician. I'm one that listens and I hear, and then I go back to my keyboard. If I have now, because of YouTube, I can have a representation, a better representation of what I missed. But back then, if I heard it, I go back and I go, oh, gee, I like that chord. What was that chord they're using, and how did they get to that chord? Oh, that's what they're doing. Nope. Wow, why did that sound so strange? Didn't know what a tritone was until someone kept talking about it, and I went and did my research. I said, well, that's a tritone? I'm thinking tritone means 3 notes. No, it don't mean 3 notes. It means a root and 6 notes above a root. And I've been playing tritones all my life and did not know that's what it was called. That's why theory is so important. Because when you want to write your own music, you want to be able to interpret to whoever is going to be playing it why you put that chord there amongst those melody lines. Do you have advice or steps for getting the root notes out of songs? Learn the choir part, depending upon the song, and we're talking about gospel songs, I hope. If you learn the choir part, you will find that the root notes are there in their voicing. Usually sopranos have the melody, which is an octave below where the root note is, and then the soprano, the alto, and the tenor fill out the chord. If you were, let me see, what song can I do this with? Alpha and Omega, because I can get away with that. We're in A flat. We'll use A flat, alpha, D flat rather. The song You Are Alpha and Omega. And actually, I do have a track of that for my singers. Open. There we go, right there. And we'll click the soprano. So, that is the melody part for You Are Alpha and Omega. That's your root note. As long as there's one note, that's the root. So if you're going to build your chords off the root, do you go lower or do you go higher? Nope, you go lower because the melody should be the top note. Every other note is below that. Top. This is the formula I use. Now, can the alto be the root note? Doesn't sound like it should, but if you were to remap your voices, still sounds doesn't sound correct because the root note, which is the melody, is not heard at the top. But within a context of a different bunch of singers, you can work that out. So let's pull up my version. Let's pull up all the singers instead of just the soprano, which I was going to do. What you want to be able to do is build the chords around that root note, which is the soprano.
You are Alpha
Here's my root.
and Omega.
3,
We
4,
worship you, our
5.
Lord.
Stay in the 5.
You are worthy to be praised.
Now they're singing in unison, so that means that's all the root note.
You are
Now you can add chords
Alpha
above it
and Omega.
and walk around it.
We worship you,
arms around that.
To be praised.
We give you all. Now build chords.
We give you all the glory. We worship you, our Lord. You are worthy to be praised.
So all I did was to, once they went into three-part harmony, they established the root. That's the choir voicing. Right up the scale. So all the chords that I play and that you hear in the song are in the number system. But I always expand the chords. We give all. Now if I want to go contemporary, the glory. We worship you, our Lord. You are worthy to be praised. Or we give you glory. Another way of attaching the chords. All of the progressions. We worship you. Remember, we covered those chords. Smallwood chords, Hawkins chords, Kirk Franklin chords, Thomas Whitfield chords. They're all the same chords. Jazz turnarounds. 2, 3, 4, 2, 5, 2, 5, 1. But what you want to be able to do is to have a chord palette, which means you would have had to have practiced or played songs from several songs, and I would say at least 50, to hear the different dilations of a chord. This one, or, let me see. They're all the same patterns, just picking a different tonal range. Classical. Always try to imagine yourself as a style of music or musician that you enjoy. If you like classical, then learn the classical approach to basic songs. Minor. I never did it in that key before, so I had to remember what does it sound like. Because I understand a major and a minor sound, I had to go look for where the minor would have been. E, C sharp, D flat. So if you're going to play the Alpha and Omega like a classical song, you're going to have to throw minors in there. Yeah. Okay. Kind of messing that up, but that's the approach you would use. If Mozart had written it, it would have minors in it. And in my head, I'm pitching through where would the minors be? What chord would I assign to a minor version of that song? Now, would that fit well on a Sunday morning when you got a large audience who knows the song in the major? No. But some musicians do that. And they'll switch and go back to the jazz. How long have I been on here? And I've been on here in a while. 3.5 hours. We won't do the first song that's on the list that just came in 19 hours ago because I do always want to engage the chat in conversation. Let me see. Are you familiar with Afro-Cuban? I covered that. Do I have advice or steps for getting the root notes out of songs? Learn the melodies of the basic songs first and then expand out from there. What you want to be able to do is hear the song in your head first before you begin to attach root chords to it. And the root chords, again, follow the path of the melody. If it's a minor path, then your root chord's going to be in the minor. I'm trying to remember my minor chords. What's this? 1, 2, 3. Okay. There we go. Trying to remember what it sounds like. I did do a series. It's on the channel for the minor scaled number system chords. They all play a part in gospel music. Somewhere a producer or a musician sat down who had the theory behind them and helped to smooth out what the songwriter was trying to interpret. And you'd be surprised how many songs started out from the songwriter one way, and by the time it got to the album, it's totally different. That's what producers do. They bring in the people that can expand a song, and they'll have 4 or 5 different ways, and they'll pick the one that is most marketable. That's if I want to use that for a word. I'm going to bring this to a close because I, again, don't want to wear on the patience of those who are watching. So let me change my point of view. Always a pleasure. I got a chance to demonstrate to you my AI singers. As I often say, you got to embrace technology. Technology is where we are right now. It's not going away. When you're ready to start songwriting, you may not have a adequate singer, and by adequate I mean a singer that'll sing straight, flat notes. You don't need the riffs, and you don't need Kim Burrell when you're writing a song, but you do need access to a person that will sing a note true without wavering, so that you'll know whether or not the chord that you assign to it is appropriate. AI, for me, well, thank you, Rachel, and thank you, Dr. Sheila, gives me that singer that I'm not. You hear me hum a little bit, that's me centering in what chord I want to put around a particular melody that I've done with other songs. But as you can see, when I pull up a, stop growling, when I'm being in a more creative standpoint, you get to hear really what I hear musically. I think you heard my rendition of Lift Every Voice and Sing. I'll pull up the track on that. I actually looked in and I have it right here, the African American Heritage Hymnal, and I wanted to do a rendition that encompasses the notes written in that hymnal. That's just the first part of it. Why won't it come up? Is that it? No, it's not it. Okay, once again, the program is not loading. I'm not sure what's happening here. Maybe because I got so many things rolling in the background. Force quit. That's the downside of software. If it glitches on you and you don't know how to recover, you can lose a whole night's worth of work. And I've done that. I've done that in the past. So whenever I'm working on something, I'm programmed to save it every 5 minutes. All right, we're back up. Lift every voice and sing. Where are you? There you go. So I programmed it to the sheet music, the first part, because I've never played it like it's written in the sheet music. Number 540. I'll let you hear it. This is the sheet music. There we go. The light is washing it out. But there we go. That's the sheet music. So I programmed this, move my hand. Here we go. I programmed it to what's here. Every note that's on here, I was able to listen to it. First of all, sit to the piano because I can sight read. I can count the notes, count the measures, and sight read. And I said, I want this to sound like it's written for those musicians in 6/8 timing who have never heard it played off the paper. And even I was surprised at some of the notes. I'm like, really? Okay. Then I had to recognize it's not gospel. It is an anthem. That's why we call it the Negro National Anthem. We've turned it into a gospel song, but it's called the Negro National Anthem. And when I got that in my head, okay, that's why it sounds like this, because this is how an anthem sounds. So I'm going to let you listen to it, because this is what you can do with technology, music and technology.
Lift every voice and sing till earth and heaven ring, ring with the harmonies of liberty. Let our rejoicing rise high as the listening skies. Let it resound loud as the rolling sea. Sing a song full of the faith that the dark past has taught us. Sing a song full of the hope that the present has brought us, facing the rising sun of our new day begun. Let us march on till victory is won.
Then I added a soloist.
Stony the road we've trod, bitter the chastening rod, felt in the days when hope
path through the blood of the
Doctored
out from the gloomy past till now we stand at last where the bright gleam of our bright star is cast.
Then I went gospel.
God of our weary years, God of our silent tears, thou who hast brought us thus far on the way, thou who hast by thy might led us into the light. Keep us forever in the path, we pray. Lest our feet stray from the places, our God, where we met thee. Lest our hearts, drunk with the wine of the world, we forget thee. Shadow beneath thy hand, may we forever stand true to our God, true to our native land.
So, yes, to be able to articulate, or rather present sheet music with vocals, or your own, in this case my own interpretation, if I had wrote it, what approach would I have liked to have seen used? I was able to pull anthem, gospel, contemporary, and jazz in this song with the assistance of AI vocals. Now, could I have pulled together singers to help me put this together? No. That has been my Achilles heel my entire musical life. I've been writing songs since 1975. But I had no one available, number one, skill-wise, number two, time, and number three, who wanted to work with me, though they could work with other groups and other songwriters. They call a rehearsal for, I think Hezekiah Walker would call a rehearsal, and half my choir would be missing from the rehearsal because they wanted to be a part of his emerging choir group. So I understood people have the right. They're not paid like I was to be available. But now that technology has evolved to this point, and it's currently still evolving, I can reimagine every song I've ever wanted to rewrite in a matter of minutes, put the music around it. Again, that's me playing with the version that I created. If I were to pull this, which I could, into my Pro Tools, I can create an entire orchestral sound, horns, strings, timbales, bass drums, saxophones, guitars, and additional supporting vocals. I probably wouldn't do that because why would I use synthesized voices when I have close to human voices? But the ability to create studio quality work from technology. And I think that is my, hey, welcome, Sal from California. I know Sister Talbot does not sing. She sung in the choir and then got out of it real quick. Plus, when we got married and she started having the kids, she had to take care of them. Just looking at some of the questions I may have missed. Thank you, Dr. Sheila. Experience. Idea of adding gospel chords to classical pieces. You're correct when you say know your audience. Yeah, the audience pays the bills. Let's just be plain and simple about that. You've got a happy audience, you've got a full offering pan. Well, Dr. Sheila, I'm a Kojic musician, Church of God in Christ, through and through. And I left because the music changed. It changed so bad that I was getting pushback from people who knew me for 20 years. And I'm like, hold on. But that's okay because it opened so that I can be where I am right now physically, leaving my home church Kojic roots, my father also being a church musician at the same church, and my brother being a church musician. They all left, and I couldn't understand why they left until I left. It became apparent. This is why you leave. And they've all been doing better since they left Kojic. As I say, the United Methodist Church, they got 19 years of my life, and I enjoyed those 19 years because it gave me what you see me doing now, I was doing with live singers in the United Methodist Church because they sang from sheet music, which means I got an opportunity to create probably, a book this thick. I don't want to go dig it up. I've dug it up a couple of times where I wanted them to learn Richard Smallwood's Anthem of Praise, and there was no sheet music for it. I created the sheet music for Anthem of Praise. When I wanted them to learn Andre Crouch's We Are Not Ashamed of the Gospel, there was no sheet music for it, but I was able to create the sheet music to We Are Not Ashamed of the Gospel. They had never heard the song before in the Methodist Church. So I began to bridge everything I was doing in the Kojic Church with the volunteer singers into a Methodist church where they themselves took the sheet music home and practiced on the piano their parts so that when it came to the next rehearsal, they knew their parts. I had never experienced that before until I got to the Methodist Church. Not the African Methodists, they were the United Methodists, but of an African nature. And they had gone through 2 church splits, so I had the remnants of their choir, because generally when a church splits, you lose choir members too. So the remnant that stayed, I enjoyed. In fact, there is a YouTube video of them singing. I'm going to share that, and I'll let YouTube come after me because it's on my page. But I'll let you see when they've never sung The Blood by Andre Crouch before with a Kojic musician, and I taught them the style from a Kojic way. They wanted to sing the song every Sunday, and I told them they couldn't. But I did post a video of them singing this song. That's my stomach growling. And I'm going to share that with you. And I'm sure I'll get a copyright on this because I've gotten a copyright on it before. All right, let's pull this up. And this is what I enjoyed doing as a United Methodist church musician. I should be able to bring that out. There we go. Now it's me on the piano. They didn't have a Hyman organ; they had a pipe organ. But they loved me playing the piano in a United Methodist church. And these are the singers, as I often would tell them. The reason I come back every Sunday is the people in this room. Galilee United Methodist Church Chancel Choir. Come on.
Surprise fees? Not here. While some other
Sorry about that. Yes, many of them have gone on to see the Lord. Many of them. And I often would share with them, because sometimes in the rehearsal I would question whether or not they got the song, and then they would come out and do that. And I just sit on the piano going, just let them keep surprising you. And of course the congregation would always applaud, which I was never used to. The congregation would always applaud after the choir sang. And I'm like, okay, are they applauding because they think we're in a concert, or because they're hearing music that resonates with them and where they are spiritually at that time? And I often say the choir wanted to sing this song every Sunday, and I said, we can't. We have to learn something different. So we only relegated this song to every first Sunday when there was communion. This was the song before the speaker. Every first Sunday. As the choir began to thin out and new members started to come in, it was still the song that was sung every first Sunday, which was communion. As I say, if you know your audience, if you know your choir members, if you know the spirit of a church, as a musician, you can help mend a spirit of a church that has been through two breakups or two splits, church splits, where the minister leaves and half the church go with him. Then the replacement minister leaves and a part of the church follows him. Those were the remnants. I got there after the second split. So, there was, I don't think anybody in that choir was over or under 50. Yeah, I don't think anybody was under 50. So when I got there, I'm like, y'all are like my sisters and aunts. So, of course, I made them keep me under task. I told them, I says, if you ever catch me or hear of me doing something wrong, then you throw out everything I've ever taught you or showed you. I says, you're going to be my what do they call it? My accountability. Because they put their trust in me to teach them songs that first ministered to them. Because if they didn't get the song, it never got out of the choir room. And they questioned me on some songs. What kind of song is this? It's not theologically sound. I says, yeah, well, it's one of those pop culture songs I learned back in my day. It never got out of the choir room, because we had a choir room which we had rehearsal. But if they embraced the song, where they took it home and learned it and came back with their parts ready to sing, then I knew that they approve of what I'm feeding them musically. And that is the result that would happen. That's one of the few times that I actually got a chance to set up a camera and record them, because I said, this is a song I want to be able to share on my YouTube channel for a musician who doesn't have a bass player, guitar player, as one of the G. Albert mentioned, no drummer. If you heard the piano and me hitting it, that was my rhythm my timekeeper. Sometimes I got a little, when I listened to it, I said, yeah, you were rushing the song, only because the sound of the piano had to reach them where they were. The piano is on a lower level across from where they are. That's why you don't see me. It was kind of a weird setup. The organ is behind a wall, so you never see me throughout the entire service, but you hear the organ playing. It took me the first few months to get used to that. Then I said, you know what? I still went to church dressed in a suit and a tie every Sunday, or my robe, because they said, well, how come you don't wear a robe with us? I said, well, I'm behind the wall. Nobody sees me. Well, we want you to wear a robe. We got one for you. I said, okay, I'll wear it. Not a problem. Keep singing like this. Even though nobody could see me with it on, I still got dressed with them, came out. They would march in. I would play the song, the processional song. We had several songs that they would process in on. Even one that I wrote, did the music to for one of the members in the church, who handed me lyrics to a song. She says, well, I want you to write a song to these lyrics. I said, well, I don't know the song. Who's the writer? No, I want you to write music to these lyrics. This is our member in the church. And I did. We come to worship and praise your name. We lift our hands to you, your glory to proclaim. In your presence, All my burdens, Lord, all seem to roll away. So, in your presence, O Lord, I'll stay. Yeah. It was a very serious thing for me when I went to church. It wasn't about shouting the house, playing worship chords, um, all the stuff that's going on now. I guess that's why I'm so uncomfortable. Anyway, that's my personal walk right now. But what I teach, I believe in. What I instruct in, it comes from the experience of serving first. I wasn't too much worried about did I get my worship in, because it's not about me when it comes to serving a community of or baptized believers. It's not about me. It's about supporting the service so that they're blessed. I'll be blessed if I make it back the next rehearsal and come in, of course, with some music that's going to revitalize singers who have served a lot of life and who come into music, come into a rehearsal wanting to give out more than they've received. Sorry if I get a little emotional. Every time I think about that era of my life, they saved me. You might say, they saved me. What songs didn't make the performance? Some Timothy Wright songs didn't make it. They loved Kirk Franklin's "My Life Is in Your Hands." In fact, I'm already in trouble with YouTube, so I might as well get all the way in trouble with YouTube. I have that "My Life Is in Your Hands" on my channel. I'm already in trouble, so why not go all the way? Let's see, let's pull it up, YouTube. As I say, this is a Methodist church choir, never introduced to these type of songs, and I created the sheet music for them. And when they heard the songs and started to sing them, it so swallowed them up emotionally. They went out to the people and sang it like they felt it. My life is in your hands. So you've got a piece of my history shared with you. YouTube has been an avenue for me to not only talk about gospel music from an educational standpoint or instructional standpoint, but to let you see and hear that what I do is what you see me do now. I've been doing this video. I believe it's over 17 years old. I'm looking at it now, 17 years ago. But I was playing like that when I was back in the 1980s. When I first sung, I played in the first time they let me play the organ in the church. We did Walter Hawkins' "Come and Go with Me to My Father's House," and they were surprised that I could do all the chords in the song. See. And they were surprised. How can this 17-year-old kid sound like the album? Because that's how I studied the music that I was able to hear, so that I could sound like I was on the album. Or they could have subbed me in for the piano if they wanted to, because I also added in some of the big band sound. All that big band sound still resonates in me. And no, I am retired. I don't play for any churches anymore. The desire is not there because the church is different than what I came up in. So I watch from the sidelines and I help the musicians who are currently in different ministries, where they may be around the world, who may be needing a traditional musician's point of view of the songs that they're learning. And some of these new songs. Yes, I did. I retired from that church. Let's just say my life, physical life, depended upon it. And I was tired. And sometimes when stress becomes makes itself apparent to you from doctor reports, from physicals, you say, okay, I've put in my time. What is that scripture? Not that I'm ready to go. I'm not ready to go, but I want to stay around as long as I possibly can and do a lot of the things that I'm doing right now, like having this conversation with all you good people on the Facebook world and those who are watching on YouTube. No, YouTube and on Facebook. I got to turn around. Usually I'm on Facebook first. But sometimes you have to know yourself, number one. And sometimes musicians will always push beyond who they are because they think that they're invincible. And one day you're going to find out you're not. And you don't want to find out on the other side of not. But you want to be able to do your best, number one. But when you're the only one pushing to do your best, you find yourself now carrying a load that wasn't meant for you to carry. It's meant to be spread upon everybody, so we can all, as I say, go together. But sometimes if you have friction, you have tension, then it's impossible to, as they say, do your best. And I've always said, if I can't give 100% of what I'm doing, then I'd rather not do it. And when did you and how did you use the tambourine? When I was a youngster and wasn't able to play, they had in the Kojic church, they had tambourines, basically broken ones all over the place. So as kids, we'd pick them up. So yes, I've experienced the tambourine sores. In fact, my father is a what they call jack of all trades and master of none. he would actually buy the skins for the tambourines that they broke, and he would take them apart and we would fix them in the house, put the heat on them to make them stretch, and then type them together and bring them back to the church just to watch the people bust them again till he stopped doing that. But yeah, I've touched just about every aspect of music in a church. Father tried to put me on drums. I didn't like it. He put a cheap bass guitar in my hand. Didn't like that in church. But never found me, never pointed me to where I wanted to be, which is on the piano. I had to do that in my own time at home when he finished and my brother got off of it. Jenny was so late. They said, "Get off that piano, boy." So I had to get off of it. But when he wasn't there, it was on a Saturday. If he wasn't home and I had the piano to myself, then I can go there and pluck out what I think I'm listening to, which is why you see me pushing so much scales. It wasn't until I learned about what scales were and where they were located that I had now become more comfortable moving my fingers across the keyboard in the correct way. And then I bought a book on chords to show me what the chords were, how to form them with your hands. And I said, I've been doing this all wrong. No wonder my hands seemed a little bit awkward. Then my, of course, hands begin to grow. So now I can do octaves. And then those chords, which I was fingering wrong, they became a lot more comfortable when I was doing octave playing, which is why you see me giving you a point of view like this. Because when I was 13 years old and in the church and other musicians were playing, they would do things on the organ and wouldn't let me see it. They would move their hands away or they would stop playing. And at 13, I had purposed in my heart, if I ever got good and anyone ever asked me, what am I doing? I would not stop playing or tell them no or go figure it out on your own. God will give it to you. All that nonsense that I didn't understand. All I wanted to know is how you do this. That's all I wanted to know. And they would physically stop playing. And because they were on the organ, they would push all the drawbars in so I couldn't see their settings. This is at 13. So you can imagine by 17 now, I can go into the church because my father was a certified Hammond organ technician, and he still is, and still fixing organs, rebuilding them at four churches. So we had a lot of work. We ate pretty good on some days because he fixed a lot of broken organs because I had to go with him. That's why I have such good knowledge of tools. But once I got to understand what they were doing, now I can now go in and hear them play, go home and go, oh, that's all he's doing. That's all he is. Down the scale. And then I would morph it. They couldn't do that. There it is. Because I'm not in my normal seated range. That's what I could now do with what they would not show me. That's a jazz move. Because I was not taught jazz at all, but I could hear what others were doing. I said, oh, that's all it is. Up the scale. So I hear it in my head, and I go find the notes. Like, I didn't know that this was a jazz scale, but I would practice it because that's what I would hear. And get my fingers accustomed to moving across the keyboard to get to the note I wanted to hear. Original gospel music from Alabama. Do you have anybody here? And do you play the Hammond organ? Hey, welcome, original gospel music. So a lot of what I present to young musicians and to those of us that are young at heart is an opportunity to have a experienced musician who is experienced in not just the Kojic church and their style of music, but in the Baptist church, because yes, I did do 18 months in a Baptist church. That was my first assignment after the Kojic church. And I found out that they were singing the same music. They just slowed it down. Kojic music was double speed. Baptist music put it in its correct tempo. And the United Methodist Church were the traditional traditional church sound. Again, there was no Hammond organ in the United Methodist Church, and I was so happy because I didn't have to now worry about playing preacher chords, playing shouting music. 19 years without playing preacher chords or shouting music, and I loved it because I didn't have to make the service what it wasn't. But I got to play a pipe organ, simulated pipe organ, and I got to play songs that were of a pipe organ a pipe organ range. I love doing that. And as you heard me on the piano, that was the when they loved me to sit there and take them to church from the piano. As they say, no drummer, no bass player, no additional musicians at all. Just me, the piano, and the choir. No, I did not sing. That's why I have AI singers now. I can interpret the notes because I had singers of that era that could read sheet music. I didn't have to worry about singing their notes because they would go home and practice it from the rehearsal, and then they were singing back to me what I wrote on the sheet music. Because I have a ear for how it should sound. Most of the times the music wasn't off. Now, if the software that I was using, which I believe was Sibelius 4 at that time, if it put a occidental in the wrong place, they would come and tell me, "Did you mean for this note to be A major, since the key is A flat?" And I go, "Okay, you're correcting me. Good." I said, "Let me look at it. Oh, okay, that was the computer. It should be A flat, not A major." They would go in and pencil in what the note should be. You don't get that today. But I loved it because, again, they kept me in check musically, and I let them be my eyes, let them be my watchmen. I said, if you ever hear me doing anything out of line, talking to someone, showing any kind of unpleasant attitude, then anything I've ever told you, throw it out the window. That put me in check. I said, I need to be in check by the people who see me the most. And for those 19 years, well, let's say near the end, things got kind of out of hand and they got to see a different side of me. But for 18 of those years, they were my gatekeepers. So if we were doing songs that they didn't understand, although it may have been a song I wanted to introduce from an era they never heard, if they couldn't apply the scripture theology to the lyrics, I said, "You're right. Let's put this song on hold." I'm trying to think. I think one of the songs, "What If God Is Unhappy with Our Praise?" That song never got out of the choir room. What if he is not pleased with the words we say? What if he takes away his love and his spirit from above? What if God is unhappy with our praise? They could not theologically, well, why would God be unhappy with our praise? I said, well, the song is asking a question. Well, that's not, yeah, right. Okay, I understand, because you're used to anthems, spirituals, and songs that have strong, deep-seated emotional ties to the lyrics. I said, that song was a popular song that I said, gee, let me see if I can sneak this one in. I think the sheet music that I wrote is still in my book, untouched, because when they read it, they says, huh? No. Oh, okay, again. But as you can see, they loved that Kirk Franklin, My Life Is in Your Hands. And what other one did they love? Well, we did Richard Smallwood's Healing one time. Not that they sung the song incorrectly; they sung it fine, but it negatively affected two of the well, of two a husband and wife member in the church. The song negatively affected them because they had went through a death in their family, and that song did not minister to them. So we did not sing that song ever again, because I'm very sensitive to the congregation. Not about, well, I like the song, they like the song, you just have to suck it up. No, it was like, okay, we're not going to sing that song. Okay, it got back to me that the song really troubled them when we sang it. You know, what is it? Don't be discouraged. Joy comes in the morning. Like the album, know that God is nigh. Stand still and look up. God is going to show up. He is standing by. It's healing for your sorrow. And we sung it like the album. Healing for your pain. Healing for your spirit. There's shelter from the rain. Lord, send your healing. For this we know there is a balm in Gilead. We did the entire song just like the album. But two members of the church came and made me aware that, please don't sing that song again. Because they lost a member of their family, and they were not in the receiving mode of the song Healing. But because I am sensitive, and as a musician, if you're not sensitive to your congregation, well, again, I'm not one to give people a sense of how they should minister where they are. Every place is different. Sorry, I lost the power on my. How would you jazz? How would you jazz up "Holy, Holy, Holy"? No, not for Sunday morning. If I was, Richard Smallwood has a jazz version, a classical jazz version of "Holy," which I enjoy. Did I try to teach that song? Yes, I did try to teach it, and they couldn't get with that because they're used to the traditional "Holy, Holy, Holy." Wow, goodness. 40 years since I played that. Wow. Okay, yeah. So, no, I wouldn't jazz up "Holy, Holy, Holy." Unless, of course, I was doing a concert and I just wanted to have a improvisational moment with that song. But yeah, that's because there's too much good music out there that you can apply the different seasoning to not pick. Say, there's some songs that are pretty much untouchable. I would say "Holy, Holy, Holy" is one. In United Methodist Church, "Our God in Ages Past" is another one. It's just pretty much untouchable. You got to leave that song the way it is. In the Baptist Church, "Hold to His Hand" is kind of a Baptist standard, but you can go both ways with that. You can sing it the slow way or jazz it up, which I've done already. The Church of God in Christ style. Church of God in Christ, I think it would be, you wouldn't want to jazz up their "Yes Lord" praise. You want to play it just the way it was. It was interpreted by their founder, the Bishop C.H. Charles Harrison Mason. In fact, I actually have a YouTube, not a YouTube, I have a recording of that. In fact, something I need to do, let me bring that in as something you can listen to while I go, and because I've been on longer than I thought I would be, but I enjoy having the conversation. In fact, there are only 4 people left here. Only 4 people left. So yeah, but let me bring it to a close. I've kept you here all this time, and I believe I've thanked those that came in. Original gospel music. You're the last to come in, I believe. Yes, Brother Mitchell, I see that you came in. Thank you for coming in. I'm going to bring this to a close. There's some things I need to do, and I don't want to bore you anymore. It's been 4 hours, 4.5 hours, 2 hours longer than I thought I would be. But again, when you come in and you share with me, I do appreciate that. So I'm going to close this session. And again, thank you all for coming in. Probably will post something on the site tomorrow. Usually Sundays, I'm usually watching other ministries, and I get inspired 2 ways. Either they did something I didn't like, or they did something I did like, and I'll put something out to sort of show that. But I do appreciate those of you who have come in. Going to end this with this. Please don't forget to and we'll let you go with our singers. Where are you guys at? Here we go. Take care and be blessed, everyone. Have a good rest of your day.
No man cannot hinder me. Ride on, King Jesus, ride on. No man cannot hinder me. No man cannot hinder me. Ride on, King Jesus. No man cannot hinder me. Ride on, King Jesus, ride on. No man cannot hinder me. No man cannot hinder me. In that great getting up morning, fare you well, fare you well. In that great getting up morning, fare you well, fare you well. In that great getting up morning, fare you well, fare you well. In that great getting up morning, fare you well, fare you well. No man cannot hinder me. No man cannot hinder me. No man cannot hinder me. No man Jesus. Ride on, King Jesus. No man cannot hinder me. Ride on, King Jesus. Ride on. No man cannot hinder me. No man cannot hinder me. Ride on, King Jesus. No man cannot hinder me. Ride on, King Jesus. Ride on. No man cannot hinder me. No man cannot hinder me. In that great getting up morning, fare ye well, fare ye well. In that great getting up morning, fare ye well, fare ye well. In that great getting up morning, fare ye well, fare ye well. In that great getting up morning, fare ye well, fare ye well. No man cannot hinder me. 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 Ride on, King Jesus. Ride on, King Jesus. No man cannot hinder me. Ride on, King Jesus. Ride on. No man cannot hinder me. No man cannot hinder me. Ride on, King Jesus. No man cannot hinder me. Ride on, King Jesus. Ride on. No man cannot hinder me. No man cannot hinder me. In that great getting up morning, fare ye well, fare ye well. In that great getting up morning, fare ye well, fare ye well. In that great getting up morning, fare ye well, fare ye well. In that great getting up morning, fare ye well, fare ye well. No man cannot hinder me. 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 Ride on, King Jesus. Ride on, King Jesus. No man cannot hinder me. Ride on, King Jesus. Ride on. No man cannot hinder me. No man cannot hinder me. Ride on, King Jesus.